legt die bal daar goed in van 2-1. Heerlijk hoor, voordat de school dat overzicht, je ziet die ogen van Matilda het veld stellen en legt die bal daar heerlijk in het hoekje. Heel terecht. Good luck. Beach on point. Equalizing the scoreboard 4. Staat 7-7 gewisseld van de speelhelft en de service die voor jaren was. Team Brazil. Daily Paul, first set. 10 plays 8, 3-point advantage. Voor Brazilië teruggebracht naar 1 punt. 10 tegen 11. We gaan naar de kant voor de time-out. Wat een score. 12-13. Dames en heren, zien we zagen we deze week nog niet eerder hier op het zetten coördinatie. Voorsprong die voor Brazilië overuit blijft staan in deze eerste set. Ja, is er. in het spel van Nederland vanuit de vloer. Voor de dames en heren ook nog een fout gemaakt. Ja, dat mag gaan serveren. 14-16. Nederland op met 3 is de voetbal Brazilië. Time-out Nederland. Voor het veld, we zitten op 3. De voetbal hard genoeg gespeeld, waardoor het project voor de Braziliaanse op 18 en 14. The end of the first set, 21 Brazil, 50 the Netherlands. Time to bring up the players. Welcome back to Team Brazil. Another beautiful song from Hague. Team Netherlands.
distance. Boots having to carry a lot of the pressure at the moment, but the back set relieves a little bit of pressure. As soon as you start to run the back set and the opposing team wants to break, they have to put another 3 or 4 more steps in, and it just makes it A, that more exhausting, but B, that much more difficult to get set in the sand. And after a slow start in a must-win game, if they want to leave this under-18 World Championships with gold. And all of a sudden, it's flipped on its head already. A little bit of love off the top of the net band. And the Dutchies change. Ends 1 in front here with the sides changing every 7 points. And if you want to win big competitions, you just need a little bit of luck on your side at times. Letitia the target. They're a little bit out of rhythm here. They have to try and get creative. It's a wonderful swing. Set was a little bit tight, but Dutchie still pulling off the net. And in turn, Letitia can just turn that ball towards the sideline once again. Lud's going to the line. This time it's just a little bit of crosser. Didn't quite take it on the right shoulder. Took it late and dragged it wide. Well, the organisation team doing a wonderful job here in The Hague. It's got such a history of beach volleyball here all the way through the years. The line ball, Letitia, you can hear the coaching staff from Brazil courtside. And this set just swaying one way and then another. But one thing we can really see for any aspiring beach volleyball players in their respective junior programs is that teams are not holding off behind the service line. Touches there, De Groot. Hasn't been targeted so much in this game as they've gone after Boss, but back into the angle again. A real show of physicality. The 16-year-old Chiara Vittoria Ernesto Jeronimo. Has been so important. In transition, playing high above her head defensively, and then getting caught, pedaling backwards again. Boots struggling to get herself set. Brazil's control once again, pulling them away from the Dutch, and it's the Dutch that have had to take the first timeout of this second set in a game they must win if they want to compete in the gold medal match later on. Brazil in the driver's seat here. Another hot one in The Hague. Well, this event has a great history. It's flip-flop between an under-18s and an under-19s event over the past few years, but as we were saying earlier on, Sanna Kaiser winning this in 2002, Laura Ludwig winning it in Thailand with Jana Kolla in 2003, the likes of Barbara Sekshas, Bakara Palmer, also an Olympian from Australia. Australia will go in the final 4 of the men's a little bit later on. The likes of Summer Ross, but then Duda winning this competition in 2013, 14 and 16 from Brazil. The amount of world-class players that have competed in this event. And maybe De Groot and Boot will be the next team from the Dutch that go on to emulate the likes of Katja Stam, Raisha Skun, before that Madeleine Meppelink. We talked about Sanna Kaiser already. They had a wonderful memory on this very court in the European Championships a few years ago, taking gold, their second European Championship gold a few years ago here on this very court in The Hague. But for the young Dutchies, they have it all to do here, 3 down. They first need to find their side out. And Boots in the middle, and it takes her physicality away. There, she can just find a high touch to the corner, and that's good enough for Brazil. Well, they took a third in the South American Junior Championships. As we said, they're very much on the pathway. Both Leticia and Chiara selected as part of a 22 strong squad of Brazil's leading young beach volleyball talents, and that was for a development camp in Saquarema back at the beginning of the year. So they're being developed inside the Brazilian national pathway. They were together at the World Championships in Qatar last year. And that was won by the United States in an all-USA final in Qatar. The Brazilians losing last year in Qatar to the winners. And now a year older. Been called for a double touch here. Don't think Leticia's too pleased about that one. Leticia and Chiara now under the pump from the serve of Booth as well. Chiara this time just leans away. The referee and the line judge see the touch. And very quickly we're through to a technical timeout. And the Dutch have done well to just peg this back against Leticia and Chiara. Well, the winner of this game will play against the winner of Anna Chiara Reformat and Sandra Otter from Germany. And Reformat, especially already an under-16 champion, under-18 European silver medalist. And for Otter, a German under-20 champion. But they're up against Qi Si Wu and Shuang Ming from China. And it's important that they're not underestimated today either. Not the highest seed at 16, but their resume does say Asian champions. And they've made it all the way to this Final Four today. Leticia. Heavy into the angle, didn't have a lot of line there, but the feet were fast. And that is the perfect way to announce yourself post-timeout, just when the opposition was starting to get their way back into this. And the physicality on the right side from Buta this time. Very good round the back or on that right side, can come back across the body. And those hitting errors were coming from getting served predominantly to the middle. And getting caught in the middle, so she can go round the back. Again, it's a change of sides for Buta. And again, they've gone after her on that long angle serve to try and take away a few options. And It has worked for the Dutchies. It's a little bit of a last throw of the dice to change sides. You know you're under pressure. It's a late break again, and it's a very good leave. Buta. Brazil under a little bit of pressure in the pass. The group can't put the ball away. Leticia tries to make one on the turn, and it's almost a pirouette from Leticia. Not the easiest ball to track that. It's off the hands in the end. But to almost do a full 360 and keep your eyes on the prize is never easy. 14-12. Brazil are still deciding to go full send from the service line. Well fought. De Groot who's serving. And that's a knuckle over the top, but again, good service pressure, but that's nicely done. Sees the space, knuckles it away, Chiara. The Dutchies have played a lot more international ball together. They took a 17th in the CV under-20s last year. Very much a big part of the national tour, which is superbly run in the Netherlands. They also took a win, this team, in the Webster under-20 first round qualifiers in Stuttgart, which is the Western European volleyball zone. They beat Switzerland in the final there in 3. And that's not to be sniffed at, because that was a draw that included Germany, Richter and Otter. We'll see Otter in the next game, but all these youngsters really fighting it out. And as it gets to the business end here, the Dutchies are showing us that when the challenge comes towards them, they can push. And they can deliver. They need the touch. They have got the touch from De Groot. Chance to get in again. Chiara from that left side, third to the line. Physical work from the Brazilian left side. Good mechanics. Just detonates. Brazil still just about comfortable here. Be desperate. They lost last year in Qatar to the eventual winners. The chase is on for Leticia. It's too smart though from Yara Booth. It's a standing shot, but it doesn't matter. Leticia didn't quite see it early enough. And in turn, Brazil just find a way to side out. Still a 2-point game. A change of service target now onto De Groot. She goes with the chop. I think they've done their scouting report here, as that very much is De Groot's tendency to try and hit back cross body. The line shot's also dug. It could be game over. It's not game over. With Yara Booth on full patrol. If the set's tight, it's her job to make sure she patrols that net. 18-17, back to 1. It's going to come down. Booth serve, run in, try and set herself, and then she makes the break, sitting in the seam. It's a very good read from De Groot. Can she chop it away? No, Leticia is there. And Brazil with their opportunity. Booth again. Brazil much smaller at the net, but they are hustling and they're battling. And you can hear clearly Fernando de Britomari on the side, cheering for his team in the big moments. They're producing the goods here, Brazil. Leticia's there again, and you have to say, might be a little bit smaller at the net, 174, 175, this Brazilian pairing, but they're everywhere. And the Dutch are going to have to come to the party in these big moments with physical and brave plays, and that is brave from Matilda de Groot. Chiara with a perfect pass under pressure. In the warm-up, you could see them working a lot on the split step and a lot on holding their platform for a long period of time. And now, it's match point for Brazil. So far, a perfect week in the office. And the Dutch here are scrambling already. The first pass not there from... And Brazil still have a real big job to do here. Timeout taken. Fernando de Brito Mari, a man of experience, if he has the timeout, that's a luxury at this time of the set. It means that everything's been going more or less your way, with a chance just to slow the game down and put the pressure on the serve of the Netherlands. Pressure for these youngsters will certainly show on a World Championship Sunday. Dutch is trying to get this point underway quickly, maybe before Brazil have even set up. Now they do have a chance from the right side, and it's a handling call. And it's Brazil that take it 21-15, 21-19. It's a heartbreaker for the Netherlands, who have to dust themselves off to play for bronze, but it's Brazil with a fabulous performance, deserved their spot in the final. Leticia and Chiara, both 16 years of age, will go on to play the winner of Germany and China in the final. Hugs all round, a real team effort, and it's a glorious start to the day here at the FIVB Under-18 World Championships. That's how it finished. They can embrace. And you have to say, they deserved it overall. The Dutch will play for bronze. There's still a lot for them today, but look at what it means to the Brazilians. Chiara, Leticia, and Fernando make their way through to the gold medal match. A fabulous performance to get that done in two. It was a little bit hairy towards the end. A good timeout, and Brazil held tight. It's Brazil that go through to the finals after a disappointing finish in this competition last year, losing to the eventual winners in the round of 16, losing to Germany, Reformat and Digman, to the eventual winners in the pool. Brazil have made their way to the gold medal match. We will be back shortly with our next game that starts in 23 minutes. Local time, 11 a.m. It's going to be China versus Germany, and we will see you there.
Stootjes nog even geven. Die wil nog even serveren.
Well, hello there and welcome to the FIVB Under-18 World Championships. After a fabulous event in Qatar last year, we have moved on to The Hague, a historic town for beach volleyball, a host of many World Tour events and European Championships over the years. But this is a big day for these young athletes as they look to be crowned a World Junior Champion. And it's a big step in their careers and in their development to the big time. Well, this game is between a very, very impressive German pairing in Anna-Chiara Reformat and Sandra Otte. And they're up against the Chinese pairing of Qi Si-yu and Wang Ming. Well, for the Germans, they're the fourth seed, Reformat at 184 from Berlin, and trains under the watchful eye of Manuel Riker. But she's an under 23, sorry, 2023 under 16 German champion, a silver medalist at CEV under 18 level with Rika Diekman. But this week teaming up with Otte. But today they have a tough test because the Chinese pairing should not be underestimated. Yes, a seeding of 16, but they are the Asian champions. And first out is Qi Si-yu. And her playing partner, Wang Ming. And they've come through undefeated so far. Wins against Brazil, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Poland, and Chile. But Germany, well supported here, as Anna-Chiara Reformat is joined by Sandra Otte, 6'2", 5 tournaments, and a career best of a 5th in Geneva. Last year, Reformat played in this competition and took a 5th place finish. We know all about German beach volleyball, their emphasis on technique, building players. But China will certainly be a tough nut to crack today. Service as we are underway. Reformat touches from Otte, and China are off the mark. Well, their seed says 16, but the resume says Asian champs. And Qi and Wang Ming arrive here after winning that continental title And the Germans will know that they have a tough task on their hands. That's a real smooth play to the deep middle. And the physicality. First pass is in, it just drifts across Chi Siu, and she just detonates away. It's a wonderful swing. China certainly don't look unconfident here. But again, you have to say, watching the Germans as well, technically strong. That ball's a little bit inside. But still, Otto manages to turn that ball back to the line. Change of serve after that huge option ball attack from C. And Germany make a break. Smooth in transition. The format is looking very grounded here. Once again, that ball's inside, so she has to lean to get that ball into a hitting window, but she does turn it very well. Wang Ming. Format's there again in a real nice position. They're here with Paul Becker this week. The German pair, you can see the left-hander and new head honcho of German performance volleyball. Doing a good job. It's a conveyor belt in Germany for just bringing world-class beach volleyballers up to the highest level. Good feet to the ball this time from Otto. Gets it away to the sideline, and once you start to access that sideline as a left-sider, defender, the block out, they just have to sit around a little bit, and the line will start to open up. Otto, who is part of a training group with Carla Borger, is through the winter months. Hello, Carla, if you're watching. German legend as the errors from Wang Ming. And the ace from Germany. It's a fast serve, and that's dangerous. It's an accurate serve, and that makes it near enough unplayable for Germany. Undefeated so far. Wins against Turkey, El Salvador, Paraguay, the Netherlands pairing of Gruters and Van Osch, and also a win against the United States to set this one up. And they are cooking on gas early doors, up by 4. And after some really good early swings from China, they're struggling to hold their own side-out game. And it's the first timeout of the game for China. Well, we've talked a lot, but Anna Chiaro format, the bronze at under 18 European champs level, silver with Rika Diekman, and a 5th last year at this event with Diekman. Obviously Diekman, a huge name in beach volleyball. Father Marcus and Uncle Christoph been around the game for a long, long time. Marcus with the German Federation, Christoph now back with Switzerland after a fabulous Paris Olympic cycle with them before he moved to Germany, moved away from Germany, and now Paul Becker is running things on the technical side. It's a good timeout. It's a really nice swing as well to get that ball away from C. First time we've seen Germany make an error. Ball's just dropping. Otto not quite getting that one as early as we've seen previously on that left side. Back to 2. It's a really good deep serve, just testing the tracking out of Otta. And Otta does find the ball nicely this time. It's a good serve from China, just saying, hey, can you track that ball back over the right shoulder? Otta says yes. That first pass, to still get that ball in to the first meter towards the net, allows her to still have options and height. One's out the side this time in the serve. Teams changing at 8-6. 3-4 and Otta on top at the moment. But as we said, the Asian champions from China at this age, not to be underestimated. On the serve from CU. She's also got international experience with other partners at Asian age group competition alongside Li Yaying. She's been part of China's wider youth international pathway before this partnership. The winner will go through to play Brazil, and you have to think all 4 teams in this Final Four with such different pathways. The errors are coming from Germany here. Reformat and Otta just choose to stay locked in and quiet. Wong Ming, this time with the missed serve. There's a fair few errors from both sides, but you feel at age group level with pressure on the shoulders, players are not only developing their technical skills at this age, they're also developing how to approach the big moments and the challenges that come with this sport psychologically in these moments. Germany looking high level. There's a net touch from Wong Ming this time. And all of a sudden the German fans have something to cheer about. It's a short journey for Germany to make it to the Netherlands in The Hague. And they certainly have got the support here. Wong Ming can't put the ball away. Ball is going to go round the back, and it's a standing shot. It's just trying to keep control of the ball and manage the risk. And the drag to the line was seen from Reformat. But it's one thing seeing it, making the adjustment, and it's another thing making the dig. GCU stays pretty high there, and she wasn't jumping at her max either. Just as you think, Germany are going to run away with it. China just find their way. That's an excellent knuckle from Otta. To get that ball away from the body, from left to right, with the knuckle is not the easiest play to make here. It's good control. She loses a bit of height, but it's good enough. And there's no surprise that China let her have that one. As we reach the technical timeout in this, the opening set of the women's semi-final. As we have a look at the German delegation, there is Paul Becker in the middle. The Australian fans and coaching staff are here as well, with their team represented in the men's Final Four. Well, for Germany, they've come off the back of a 9th place finish on the German tour. Just last week in preparation for this, German tour, one of the toughest in the world. Really good release on the line. There's a touch off the block, so Otter had to play over. And it's a really good shift defensively. It's a great turn back as well. Nothing wrong there positioning-wise from Reformat. Just made a little sidestep here into the seam, and she was just beaten deep, but it was a good move, just taking that main angle from GCU. Wang Ming again. Pass is just high and off and makes it more difficult to kill the ball and increases the chance of an error. The Germans' first pass just starting to leave them. Again, that little pass is a little bit off and right, and once again means Otter can't put the ball away. But if that ball is tight in transition from Wang Ming, that's when Otter's going to come into her own. It's tight, and it's a really good play to change direction of the ball there from Otter. Big service pressure. Wang Ming is under pressure. It's a very deep free ball, and it's just going to affect the approach here of Germany, and not too much though. And if you're Wang Ming, you might just be regretting making that break at the net, because as soon as Otter's in rhythm here with the ball in front, she can speed that arm up and come in aggressively. Just referee organising the net here. And last year, seems like a long time ago, that 5th place finish that came straight after the silver in the under-18s for Reformat with Rika Diekman. Germany lost to Greece in the final in Italy last year. But another big step for Reformat in her development as she sets Otter, but it's a beautifully lined up block from Zhuang Ming. China, as we've mentioned a fair few times, not to be underestimated here. Coming in here as the Asian champions. Knuckle back to the sideline. GCU is there. Again, the transition setting a little bit to be desired, and that's a skill that certainly does take time to perfect. And at under 18 level, we know that not everything is going to be perfect. These two Chinese players, both 17 years of age. The best for Meng is a 5th place in Sanya. Last year took a 25th place in this competition, but for GCU, she's had a 2nd in Sanya already this year. And her best performance at an age group World Championship was in 2024 in Shanglu. It's a 9th place finish, but already 2 seasons ago, and the development that can take place in 2 seasons with the programs that these athletes are in, you can make some big strides. Reformat looks comfortable, passes that ball straight. It's a really good pass from Reformat. Otter can just place the ball across her. The ball's on the hitting window, and she can speed up to the line. 2-point game. Meng chops one back, and Germany are really paying attention to the approach angles. And already we've seen that if China can turn the ball with speed, they're going to make a fair share of points here. It's a 1-point game, a wider play this time for Reformat. Pushed wide enough from Utter. The change of serve onto Reformat. And Reformat has stepped up. 2 side outs in a row. Germany lead by 2. Ming again, passing straight. The setting again from China. You can say 3 or 4 times in this opening set that the setting has slightly let them down. It's tight, and Uta makes it look easy, because in those situations it is a lot easier. Another block, and that's 4 for Uta here, and Germany running away at the back end of set 1. The passing and setting from China is evaporating here. Wang Ming. Another one that's fast to the line. The first pass is there, the set's there, and this time Germany deciding to break after making 2 blocks in a row with tight sets, but at the same time China are a good side. And they will find their rhythm. Well, Manuel Breaker down there with Germany. We've seen Paul Becker with Manuel in the stands. Tianxiang Ru with China, who have it all to do here. Something has to give. Both teams meeting for the first time, and it's Germany that have taken the opening set here comfortably in the end. They were trading some blows early on, but some ball control errors from China and some good serving from Germany seals the opening set 21-16. Set 2. China need to come out firing here, or they'll be with the Dutch for the bronze. And placement of the serve's good. A short serve certainly will start to affect the Chinese approach to spike. But it's just wide of the mark moment. Again, a longer angle serve, just making it difficult for Uta to try and straighten that pass up. She can only find the ball into the angle. And that's down to good service location from China. They understand their angles on the serve. That one's gone the wrong side of the sideline. Out of bounds, and 2 errors from Germany. Potentially have just let China back in. Change of direction's a good one. The format gets a feed inside the ball. And again, when the ball's inside, it's very hard to turn it back line for the right side right-hander. Did a good job of that. It's another miss-serve. Does look like there's a little bit of breeze in The Hague. It's a seaside town on the west coast of the Netherlands, but where in the early days a lot of the events were held at a beach stadium about 10 minutes away from Zuider Park. This event is more inside. You can see from the flags that everything's blowing from right to left of this main screen here, and that's why the ball's getting caught inside, and maybe why a lot of the serves are missing to that left-hand sideline. It's not just about the ball being moved once it's served. It's also how the wind can affect the toss and drag it across the server. And that can drag everything to the left-hand side. They find a way, though. And Germany are just one behind. It hasn't been their best start. 3 errors for China's 4 points, but they're still there early on, finding some good plays as well. And that's on the money. Not the first time they've got Ming to the right-hand side, a German side that haven't lost a set this week. Not only have they not dropped a set, they also haven't conceded more than 17 points in a set. It's been fairly easy pickings for Germany this week, but maybe China are the team that are going to push them harder than anybody else. For China, their toughest game was against Anja Garweiler, Noemi Augster from Switzerland. They took that 15-11 down the stretch, and that's the only time they've lost a set. Apart from that, everything's been pretty comfortable. No sets that have gone to overtime. That's tight. The German fans again enjoying Utter's block and turning it away. GCU enjoying GCU and her ability to be physical when she needs to be, but also find swings and find sand when she needs to as well. The service pressure's there, and Germany haven't been put under immense pressure in this tournament so far. Now this Chinese pair took a 13th in Hague back in March. And Sanya, they took a 5th place finish. They've been building towards this, whilst picking up that Continental Championship in Uzbekistan back in May, beating Australia in the final, in the semis, coming past Japan comfortably. And they can just lean on that experience as well. And maybe they are leaning on that experience and they're not giving up in any way, shape or form. And maybe for Reformat and Utter, for the first time in this competition, they're going to have to figure it out from a 4-point deficit. They're not used to trailing. They're not used to this sort of pressure in this competition. But this is a World Junior Championship semi-final, and it is all up for grabs. But as always, the Dutch doing a fabulous job hosting these World Championships in The Hague. And the crowd are in here on a beautiful Sunday. But China, once again, the line ball short over the top of Otter. Smart move. Otter's physical. And just that baby line between blocker and defender was just chopped to the side. currently 24 degrees in The Hague. Supposed to get up to 27. And Germany now have to try and dust this off because the pass is gone. And maybe some frustration has set in. They're going to have to try and stay patient here. Again, the pass is long left and it's an inside ball. It's a tough offense to run that because the set really has to be perfect to get across the hitting window of Otter. And this long angled serve is causing some real issues. Set's a little bit tight. And it's back over on one, into the back corner. China are cooking. And you don't want to talk too soon, but it is looking like we're going to a third set. They do straighten up the pass, and the knuckle to the angle is strong. A couple of changes aside here for Otter and Reformat. Just they know they're struggling, so they just change the picture a little bit for the serving team. At the same time, they look comfortable playing on both sides, but they're going to need to try and find some serves of their own here. Young Ming, the target. There's number one from Otter. She does a wonderful job of serving, running in, focusing on the player. She's watching through the net, not the ball, and makes a monster block. Well, for a German side who have made too many errors, it still isn't out of reach for them yet. Although, time will start to run out for them. A great end for China, some great service pressure, serving some really good areas. And they're on top here in the second. Well, can Germany limit the errors? And instead, it's an absolute money maker of a serve from Wang Min. And China with the wind in their sails now. Serving into this breeze that's coming right to left. Changing their service angles depending on the wind and the end. And this is going to be difficult for Germany because they're going to have to shake this off, because this has been an absolute pasting in set two. Having won the opener 21-16, having some real strong sides, was starting to see that this German side are beatable. Robust swing into the guts of the court from Otter. 8 is a long way back when China just need 5. Germany have struggled to deal with the service pressure. And Germany not serving the same angles. You feel that China are really serving the wind. Still here, serving from this left sideline straight into the wind across the left sider from Germany. And then changing it up from the other end. That's exactly what they do. Again, that pass is wide right. It sort of isn't an option ball. It's sort of a forced second ball attack. But Otter again, every time that China's pass and set isn't quite where it should be, she's all over it. We just saw Brazil put on a very good performance. The Dutchies had their chances in the second set, but when push comes to shove, the Brazilians super competitive And the turn, high off the hands. A fast arm's always going to beat slow hands from Utter there. It's a very good play. There'll be nerves. There'll be elements of expectation as well. Germany's such a big nation. We've seen the likes of Laura Ludwig, Kira Volkenhorst win the Olympic Games, the World Championships in recent years in Rio and in Vienna. Ludwig, a multi-time European champion, but also the likes of Carla Borger, Julia Sutter, World Tour champions in 2019. Sinja Tillman, Svenja Müller, picking up their fair share of World Tour victories as well. For China, they've always packed a punch on the women's side of the game. They've been far more successful in indoor volleyball on the women's side of things, but they've also been very strong at World Tour level. Although still looking really at the moment for that next team, China, to step up onto the Beach Pro Tour and start competing for medals once again. They're 6 down, Germany. They're going to need something special. But maybe this set isn't done and dusted. 17-year-old Wang Ming again is stuffed from Utter. You feel that Wang Ming hasn't got too many angles, especially when that set's tight. And just like the first set, we're seeing China put themselves under immense pressure with their setting. Germany are back to 4 here. Spring in their step. And China have a lot of pressure on them. That ball's a little inside, it's slightly tight again, and it's just chopped back into the angle. The format wasn't far away. But again, every time that Wang Ming's managed to chop that ball back, she scored. Five-point game. China need 3, but these might just be the toughest 3 points for them. But once more, that ball's inside. The format misses the sideline. And if there is a little bit of breeze, which I think there is in The Hague today, that's not helping the set just drop. But very difficult to get the ball across the hitter when you're facing a breeze. Passes off the net. Germany might struggle once again here to put the ball away. China just working heavy into the angle. They really are playing the wing game and making it difficult for Germany, and almost saying, if you do get that ball back to the line, we will give it to you. And it's no surprise that they're playing that game. That's a much better set, but the line ball is open. The format will get that one. Very good defense. And in turn, in transition, China's setting again bring Germany right back into the mixer here. Fabulous blocking from Utter. And she is just making sure she delivers. But the amount of errors from Germany, very uncharacteristic. As much as China have earned this position in the second set, I'm quite sure that Manuel Reich and the German pairing in the timeout will be discussing at length that they just have to make less errors. They have a good read on China, and at the moment, China, for as well as they're doing, have making some passing and setting errors of their own, but there's a block. I think the first one of this set from Wang Ming. China pull it back to a set apiece, and we head to a tie break. This time it's Germany's turn to set tight. Maybe They thought that the block was breaking and therefore pushing that little bit tighter. Good game, this one. Germany dropped their first set of this competition. (21-16), then 21-15 in the second. You felt that Germany were just pegging their way back in. But China held strong. Set to 15 to decide who goes through to the gold medal match against Brazil later on today. 4 programs battling it out for the medals, 4 very different programs based on different values, different types of decision making, different training principles, but they're all here playing for the medals on Championship Sunday of the FIVB Under 18 World Championships. Good start, deep as a winner. Format's just going to take a little bit of pressure off of Odda here as well. Potentially could be struggling, especially the blockers out there today who have to serve and who are being sided out when temperatures are in the late 20s. Well, Germany think that's in. First referee tends to disagree. It's well tracked again. They go off that deep serve into that breeze, and again you can see really working hard to set that ball with width there. Reformat gets across Uta. Uta has a couple of different options. Was it perfect? No, but certainly was very effective running that push set. But this could be the real issue for Germany here. They're missing a lot of serves, and yes, you have to go for them, but if you're not passing great either, you're putting a lot more pressure on themselves, and it's scrappy ball from Germany compared to what we're used to. But in high pressure situations, in high heat, Reformat really stepping up with the perfect set there. Wang Ming. Sets much better. GCU with the bump. Almost just shovels it outside of her midline to get that ball across Wang Ming. But that would have been the biggest bit of feedback, you'd say, from the Chinese coaching staff. The options in now, and that's the thing for China that could get them in trouble. They're serving directly into the wind, and we know that they've used that tactic for a lot of this game here. Wang Ming with the pass that's tight. The thing is, when you serve that long angle, it does make it easy for the passer to just lay that ball in on 2, which is what we've seen from Germany. And then for China, that second ball attack just a little bit tight. Much straighter service line from Germany, and for the first time, Reformat's got onto that chop from Wang Ming, and then she goes deeper this time, and it's smart from Wang Ming. She's just changing up the depth of that play. We know that she likes to hit back across the body. The first one was more of a cut, the second one was a lot deeper, and that was good enough just to catch Reformat a little out of position. Germany again, a little bit off the net here. Staying aggressive, under pressure. Reformat That's a great swing straight down the seam. GCU might just be slightly frustrated she didn't get two hands on that one, or at least keep that ball alive. Again, Germany goes straight through the middle, trying to take the physicality away from China, and that works because GCU can't hit those sharper angles from there. She might from here, but the set's tight again. And really, how many times, especially in sets 1 and 3, has that set gone tight and Utter's had free reign at the net. Germany are tidying things up here. It's much better from them. If they do keep that ball in play, there's enough ball control errors from China at the moment under pressure to bring the block defense from Germany into this game. Once again, Germany are there. Serving good lines to take away certain swings from China, giving them limited access to lots of areas of the court. And at 8-4, Germany have turned this around, minimalizing the errors. There's just a few questions here from GCU and Wang Ming. Whatever happens in this game, Germany have lost their first set of the competition. For China, it's just their second drop set of this World Championships. Still, hang on. I'm unsure what's happening down there at the moment. Let's see. First referee down from the sand as well. So we head to a timeout. Seeing if it might be a medical. You'd understand that if there was, just with the heat here in Zyder Park. Certainly is warm in The Hague. There is a moderate weather warning around the Netherlands today. It's pretty warm everywhere. You can see the breeze that has caused a few issues for both teams from a ball control perspective throughout this game, blowing away, and that might just provide a slight respite for these teams out there today.
third, 1 o'clock, last semi-final for today in the technical. France meets Germany in the 1 o'clock match. In Beach U18 meets Rieber and Kilo Kust. Middle of the day, 2 more semis to go.
Feel like there's a medical timeout here in The Hague at the FIVB World Junior Championships, and that just means that there'll be a slight break, a medical timeout, 5 minutes long. This gives teams to cool themselves down. What has been a very warm summer everywhere, including Northern and Western Europe as well. Well, good to see the players back out on court here in the Netherlands. China having dominated set 2, Chi Si-yu and Wang Ming have it all to do. Reformat will serve and get us back underway for Wang Ming, who was knocked out in the pool stages last year in Qatar in this competition. Playing with a different partner there in Fan Yuhan, and settled for a 25th position. From the middle, turn back line, beautiful play. And with that breeze blowing back across the ball here, it is difficult to get your feet to the ball and to get a good approach. The perfect set not really existing with a cross breeze. You have to work so hard in the passing and the setting as well. Once again, Germany set up for that straight angle ball from China, but China just have the ability to turn it back. It's a play that we've seen a lot from both sides. They're happy to give a lot of those plays to Wang Ming. And coming into this round, they're certainly the most important team not to underestimate. Don't think Germany are underestimating them now. That's a clutch play from Reformat again, who has all that experience with Rika Diekman from last season. 4-point game here. It's perfect for Germany. They needed to bounce back, and they have, and this is a key play. And when that set is in a good spot for Wang Ming, she is very difficult to stop in that crossbody area. And that's the other thing, with the wind blowing across the court, serving the right side is going to drift that ball into the perfect position for China. But Germany again run the option ball with this crosswind and that long angle serve. China have gone after that long angle serve, even though it is the blocker Wang Ming. It's impossible for her to get in and line up, but to help with the block when Germany run the second ball attack from there. The passing set gone astray once more, and Germany look like they're heading to the gold medal match. It's another missed serve. They've missed that sideline a fair few times with the wind going in that direction. And as we've said, China choosing to play the wind and keep changing who they serve at each end and just trying to stay patient. But they make a service error as well, and that's a couple of errors in a row from GCU. Germany are just 2 away. I reckon they're going to go away and reflect on this performance and try and bring it a little bit harder this afternoon or into the early evening. But at the same time, they've had the physicality, they've had the patience. Otter puts that ball away beautifully. It's another great hand set from Reformat, and Otter can stay high and smooth. And at a young age, they've done a great job to bounce back. And Germany have bounced back. They go through to the final of the FIVB World Junior Championships. A fabulous performance, a fabulous way to respond from losing the second set 21-15. And it's China's GCU and Huang Ming that head to the bronze medal match against the Netherlands. It will be Brazil versus Germany for gold at the World Under-18 Championships here in The Hague later on today. Well done to Sandra Otter and Anna Chiara Reformat. This is how it finished. Just over rotation offensively from Wang Ming, and China have done something that no other team have done this week, and that's pushed the Germans. The Germans at this moment will not care in the slightest that they're through to the gold medal match. Reformat and Otter looking to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Victoria Binek, Laura Ludwig, players that have won this competition. We'll be back shortly as we head over to the men's final four. The women's medal matches have been set here in The Hague.
Polaroid toegevoegd aan een grote fotoplakken van Ruben Ryan in zijn lijnrechter die van elke wedstrijd die vlak een foto verzamelt. Inmiddels hangen de huiskamer in de garage gevuld met afbeeldingen. De bel af voor de start van deze halve finale. Door de drie zetten de eerste behandeling in de vorige wedstrijd. Dan zal het nog een paar uur laten wachten. Dus ons aan deze wedstrijd. Natuurlijk weer voorbereid. Deze berichtjes uit de lijnrechtjes. De Kenners de Kortgroep. We zijn er bijna klaar voor.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the FIVB Under 18 World Championships, where we are in The Hague, one of the more famous hosting cities or towns in this sport. The Hague has hosted European Championships, World Tour events over the years, and this week it's hosting the World Junior Championships, where we have reached the men's semi-finals between Poland and Australia. Jamie Salvin on the stand from Scotland. And the referees will have a tough job here in the heat. Well, first of all, from Australia, they won the inaugural Asian Championships at under 18 level. Ryan Edgar makes his way onto the centre court in his first season playing internationally alongside Thomas Turner from Nambour. He took a 9th last year in this very competition in Doha. Now looking to go all the way to the gold medal match. They've lost one game to France, but now they have a tough task against Poland. Alan Robak and Igor Glishinsky, both 17 years of age, a team that lost in the qualifier to Switzerland, but got themselves a lucky loser, and from there they haven't really looked back. They lost their first pool game to Italy, but after that wins against Nicaragua, Brazil, Kazakhstan, the Netherlands and Japan have got the Australians to the final, got the Polish to the final four. For the Australians, one loss to France against Bezu and Hippolyte, who we will see in the second semi-final against Germany after this game. It's all up for grabs. It's Poland versus Australia for a place in the gold medal match. And Australia going straight after that wide ball offense that's become very much their way over the years. First ball put away from Turner, just turns it back into the cross-court angle. First ball dragged the wrong side of the sideline from Poland. Be interesting to see how these youngsters settle into this game. Pressure will show itself multiple times for both teams as that wind is blowing across the right-hand side to the left. And first point on the board for Poland. Well, Joey Yidget in the coach's box this week with Australia. Very good player himself, now turning to coaching for Australia, who've had a brilliant start to the season on the men's side of things. Multiple teams now who have developed from this youth program based in Adelaide, or the men's program based in Adelaide, with medals and wins at challenger level. But Poland have got a very good history when it comes to the World Under-18 Championships. Look back through the years they won in China, Shangluao a couple of years ago. Piaszek and Kleszminski winning in China. And now maybe they have Australia under a bit of pressure, but in 2010, Kantor Wozniak won this very event in Porto in Portugal. Both Kantor and Wozniak going on to have fabulous careers. That's good from Turner again, just finds it high and puts it away. Poland actually won this event 3 years in a row. Lukasz Kaczmarek, he's gone on to have some career on the right side indoors for Poland. Played with Maciek Koziak. He turned to coaching pretty soon in his career. And Poland now looking to put the ball away with a short one. No arguments from the Australians. A smile on the face of Robak. It's a break into the angle from the Australians. 4 apiece. 7 from the middle. Good early call. Turner again serving, coming in and blocking, and he's also being served at the moment, so he's going to have to keep an eye on his energy levels. We've already had a medical timeout due to the heat here today. That's battered through from Poland. You have to go back 2007, Michał Kachola and Jakub Szlankwicz. What a team they were for a few years afterwards on the European tours. But as the Australians that had the hottest start, but Blashinsky has found a couple of big plays, very wide, but again, just turns it back into the cross court. You can see it. The upper body shows where the ball's going, but his arm's too fast. This time the pass is a little bit straight, so go for the up and down ball. The set's inside, so Turner can't put it away, and Poland decide to hurry up their offense. But that is incredibly well read from Turner in the block, because they're trying to make it tough for him. But in turn, Robak doesn't have any angles, and the one angle he has got to hit, Turner just lines up very well and makes the block. Wide. Big angles. Blashinsky from Rybnik. took a 33rd place last year in Doha. Almost had to take a 33rd place this year, not getting out the qualifier, but it just shows how good the level is from multiple teams. Round the back this time from Turner. Certainly doing it the Aussie way, gets served inside, run around the back. We've seen that he can lean into the cross-court angle on the right side. We've also seen he can come cross-body on that back set. There's good blocking as well. They're just trying to put pressure on him, Poland. They know he's having to run into blocks, so trying to look for Turner in the block and challenge him, but they've done well here, Australia. Just sitting in the pocket, and then, well, talking of Kantor, Wozniak and the way they play, that's a very Kantor, Wozniak style play from Robak and Glashinsky. Robak from one sideline goes round the back and just tries to test the block of Turner again. Certainly looks like early doors that Poland are trying to really overload the Australian blocker. Tomasz Sinchak in the coach's box this week for the Polish boys. Jump set this time. They're going to come out here and try and be flamboyant. But at the same time, Edgar can't put it away, but defensively he's making some good reads. Again, they look to go off hands, running the ball and making it tough for Turner. Edgar again makes a very good step into the seam, but in transition goes out the back. Poland have got the ball rolling here. And could you imagine going from lucky loser all the way to gold today? That would be something. Push to the outside. To the line from Turner, who's certainly got the physical attributes to challenge Poland. You can see Glashinsky in the block is going very, very low to try and stay out of the eyesight of Turner. Good feet from Glashinsky. He's staying close this time, trying to open up that line shot. And he does open up the line shot because of his good work off of the ball. You see him pass and take 2 or 3 steps in towards his partner. That means the ball goes across his shoulder and he can turn it back or go to the line. It's good work from Poland. Trying to keep Australia through the middle at the moment. And if they are going to try and run to the stick, the Australians, and run that ball wide, it's going to be very difficult from there, or it's going to just make it more challenging from there. And the line's open. Australia might just feel that that was an easy out for Poland. Not much of a contest. And that ball's high and off in the pass. That line ball is the one you really want to look after from a block defense perspective. Not one you want to give away for free. That's a beautiful cut back. Nothing between the two teams at the moment. Turner again showing that off that wide ball he can just slide it away to the cross-court sideline. Poland 11, Australia 10. And the Polish flags are out in abundance. Name me a nation that loves their volleyball more than Poland. Maybe Turkey. They haven't had an easy route here, Poland. They went to 3 and won 23-21 with New Zealand in the second round of the qualifier. Mana Bahan and Cruz Satu from New Zealand put in a great effort. And it was after that they lost to Switzerland. Liam Bigler and Luke Collett. And all of a sudden, they thought they were out, but they found their way in through the lucky loser, and here they are putting over beautiful high lines and improving the whole way through the week. The pressure certainly changes in the qualifier compared to the main draw as well. They might have just felt that they got that little bit of luck, and with the pressure off and the way they like to run their game, which is aggressive and running different sets, you sort of need the pressure off sometimes for a game like that to come alive. Cut this time. Australia need a side out. Once again, Turner decides to go around the back. We've seen that crossbody every time he's gone around the back, but he's always hitting the sideline, and that makes him very tough to play against, or very close to that sideline. That's the call. Lashinsky siding out with ease at the moment. It's a great set. 4 or 5 meters off the net, just rolled in. Great start to this game. Good cover. And the knuckle back across the body. The line judge's flag is up. Lashinsky and Rowe back in the driver's seat here. It's good helping from Gashinsky, just trying to get in front of that option attack, and they were giving Edgar that turn back, the cut back to the line, but it just shows a lot of teams trying to add more variations of sets to their offense at a younger age than what we've probably seen earlier, and one could say that the likes of Sweden and Bartosz Wozniak and Peter Cantor have certainly helped that through the years. And from an Australian perspective, the likes of their men's team, Hodges Schubert, Nicolaitis Carragher, as of late, the two teams that went to the Olympics in Paris. But the pass has gone from the Australians, and all of a sudden it really is a tough set to come back from. It's a good serve into that breeze as well. From sideline to sideline, more errors, and now it's just going to be a test mentally for the Australians here. They might have to ship this set. This might be the opening set gone. And if it hasn't, or if it wasn't beforehand, that's a very Swedish style celebration. Armin Helvik haven't won the under-18s, but if you're looking at the under-21s, Armin Helvik won in Phuket in 2021 at under-21 level. And you think about the likes of the under-21 champions, Pablo Herrera, 2002, in Italy, playing with Raul Mesa. Wow. Still set point for Poland. Knuckle over the top, does it. From row back and all the way through the qualifier, even losing in the qualifier, they've taken the opening set. And they will be thanking their lucky stars for that lucky loser. They have one step in the gold medal match in what would be a fascinating tale here in The Hague. Edgar Turner have it all to do, having lost the opening set 21-14.
This is your semi-final set number 2 of the World Championships under 18.
Well, it's a good start in the opening set from Australia. It just shows how quickly the pressure can get on you and how quickly sets can go away. Turner's in a great spot there. This has to go over, but it's linking lovely with his left hand. Can he continue play? A lot of pressure on Turner in the block again, and that's just wiped off the hands from Roback. They've gone after the block multiple times here. Not scared to try and test the Aussie blocker. Wider pass. Short knuckle, just that pass has to get into that front meter or meter and a half to open up a lot of options here for Edgar, and you can see there that the first ball was located a little bit more towards the net, and that gave him the opportunity to just get that ball away from his body. It's a good swing, not an easy swing either, and I think that's why Poland are happy to give him it. Coming in looking very square. Haven't seen too many weaknesses yet from Poland, as there's an error from Glishkinski. Roback. That ball's tight. And Edgar Turner now one set down. Have to throw everything at this, and well, that's just on a second look from Roback. He's just trying to chop that cut shot, and we've all been there. Wider play again, looking to try and stretch the block, and opens up the high line. It's a smart one from Roback, and you wouldn't think he would have gone back to that cut shot, especially after a wider set this time. The quicker that ball goes, the less chance there is of you really hitting the big angles. Error this time from Turner in the first pass, just putting them under a little bit of pressure. Australia just have to hang in there. Beautiful from Edgar. Fast step close with the feet. I think he had a good look at the court there as well before turning it back. It's an even better decision with Turner on his front on the sand. He would have struggled to put that ball away should Edgar have not got after that one himself. Through the middle this time. Roback. Edgar's done really well. And he's put it away beautifully as well. Feel not enough zest on that first phase of offense from Poland. Roback now maybe the man under a bit of pressure as Kuczynski is the target. Edgar's there again. That's an outstanding dig, one-handed dig from the left-hand side. And looking deep is completely the right play there from the young Australian. He's starting to get himself into this game from a defensive perspective. Australia still up by 1. Just crossing his feet over there, maybe just a sign of some tired legs, which in this heat is completely fair. It's a good side out. Feel that Australia have upped their level Poland potentially just dropped their level a little bit in this second set. Roback goes wide. He'll look to the line again, as he does often enough off that wider ball. Australia have become very aware of it. And second time he's back to the line, this time on the left side. Edgar's there. I think, once again, Australia potentially being a bit too kind in that play to give that line away to Roback. Very much favoured to go through that line in that play, and his tendency is one thing we've seen from Turner is that he loves to turn that ball away to the sideline very high. I think you can hear Joey Yigit on the side speaking about pushing them deeper. I think that's exactly what Turner tried to do there, in rhythm. And that might be a handling call. Roback's not happy. Jamie Salvin. And this is interesting now to see how the youngsters can just control emotions in these moments. Let's have another look. Roback feels robbed. Hard to tell from there. Wasn't quite square on. Everything looked very relaxed and in one motion, but that's not what it's all about these days. Edgar and Turner up by 2. It's a good pass. Drives that pass forward. And that's why it looks so comfortable, but Roback's back on 1. And I think he's used that decision going against him to fire him up. Regardless, it's good play from Australia here. There's excellent control of the hand from Roback. It's one thing to sense that play's on. It's another thing to be able to control it. And he controls it very nicely. They're trying to get that 2-ball in from Turner, passing right of centre. It's a really early break from Glishinski. And that means Edgar can see him. And he can just speed up that arm. Good offense from Australia. Great serving from Australia, and if you could hear Yigit court side asking him to serve the deeper one. They have found the deeper one, and they're up by 3. And they've shown good character here, the Australians. It's a timeout from Roback. And Glishinski trailing by 3. Serve to the middle this time. Breeze just looks to have dropped off slightly. And once again, the young Polish boys are starting to get pretty animated here. And if you get frustrated in this game, well, the Australians will certainly start to sense that. Set over on 2. Gets us to the technical timeout at 12-9. Australia in control, you feel. Not just on the scoreboard from a momentum perspective, and also psychologically at the moment as well. Again, passing right of centre happily, maybe to open up that option ball, but can sometimes limit your own offense if you pass too far right of centre. And although Australia have had the edge, you have to feel that Poland are up for this one. Roback's up for this one especially. He's starting to make a lot of touches. Shinsky, quick wipe of the glasses. As Edgar and Turner playing some very good volleyball. Based at the incredible facility in Brisbane, Sandstorm, that's led by Australian legend Matt Grinlobs. Good to have you watching, sir, and the Aussie boys at the moment doing Sandstorm and Australia incredibly proud. Shinsky. Couple of missed serves in a row, but nothing really changing. Australia still in control. Poland still not out of this second set. Roback goes with the jump set over on the second touch. Everything pretty square, everything pretty clean, and that's something you just would not have seen in this competition 4 or 5 years ago. That'll be a tough one for Edgar to pick up. He has to really be watching that body, not get caught watching the ball, and that's a fine return from Turner. We've seen his aggression multiple times. Blockers committed, a free net. Help yourself, young man. Off the hands high. But looking back at the under 18 and 19 winners, we've spoken a lot about the likes of Brill, Wozniak and Cantor, Renato and Rafael Carvalho in 2019, the 2 brothers that have gone on to play at a very high level, Armin Helveg. But also in 2023, World Champions at under 21 level, Job van Langdondonk and Kajan Verkalteren from Belgium, and also Latvia last year, and Fokarots, who's playing his volleyball with Martins Plavins. And again, hang on a moment. This is good news for Australia, because Roback thinks the whole world's against him, and his head's gone, the glasses have gone. It's been called there for an unclean touch defensively, double, and a yellow card as well for the young man. Has to, in Jamie Salvin's eyes, that has to come out cleaner. In Roback's eyes, it was a good touch and it was a hard-driven ball. But when you look at the pathway for these champions, the under-21 champion that we've seen before, Paolo Nicolai, such a decorated career. Michal Brill, an Olympian. Kantor Wozniak, Olympians and long-term World Tour players. Bruno Schmidt, obviously an Olympic champion. These players go on to do wonderful things. Just whether Poland here are gonna use this energy. Feet were very unsettled underneath the ball there for Turner. Didn't quite get balanced or still in his hand setting, and then in turn he's caught. That's wide. It might come to the line. Very difficult to turn that one back into the angle. Knuckle over the top. It's intuitive play from Turner, and the Aussies are not giving Poland anything here. Still some noise coming court side. The Aussies doing very well just to keep themselves focused on themselves. Edgar's there again. Difficult for the lefty to turn to the right-hand side, and that pat's just easily dealt with from Roback. Passes straight, so no wide ball, just keeping it up and down, and feet a little bit slower to the ball there for Turner. And if you're Poland, I don't think they'll feel that they're out of this one. Australia still need to score 2. Turner again brought to the floor, and the short serve on the big man, certainly testing his pass and his approach. His cover is there though, and they can run a little bit quicker. Lishkinski does a great job in the block, and Roback puts it away. And now the Australians' character will be tested once again, whether they can stay aggressive in these moments and try and put the pressure back on Poland. Poland have taken their foot well and truly off the gas though, and that might just be the end of the second set here. Australia have certainly earned this second set, and they've taken the second set. Wonderful touch to the right hand side from Edgar, and they take it 21-17. Poland's level up and down after a great start in that first set. Australia stayed calm, dug deep, and now we go to a third set to 15. Well, the DJ dropping a bit of Dom Dollar. Might just be leaning on the side of the Australians here. Set 3. The Aussies based in Brisbane. The program at senior level based in Adelaide. Men's program that's having a lot of success on the World Tour this year. They're doing something very right, but in Poland, they're facing a team who thought their week was done and dusted in the qualifier before receiving the lucky loser and making the most of that lucky loser. That's much better from Turner. Aggressive with the feet, good with the arm. Long angle serve again into that breeze, and you can just see that the breeze is doing a little bit here in The Hague. Just getting caught coming up there, Edgar, but it was a heater offensively from Poland. Leszczynski. It's a really good read from Roback. Sees that second touch, steps into the straight angle, and in turn from Roback, he makes a smart move, manages the risk in transition nicely, and plays fast into the angle. Accesses that area of the court. Very nice, Turner. The sharper angle stroke, sort of fast cut shot. It's been a money maker for Australia here. Edgar with the serve. 3-2. Nice line in the block on Leszczynski. And that set again is slightly inside. As you can see, that play is always going to happen with that crosswind coming in from the right-hand side of your main picture. Just shows that the conditions have to be adapted to here, and that's perfect. It's very good from Edgar. And in turn, it brings maybe the best and most important block of this game from Leszczynski. Edgar laid it up on a plate, but on the turn, you still don't have too many angles to choose from. Roback's pucked up a little bit here in set 3. Beautiful shot from Turner. And that's the beautiful shot that goes with all of the work he's done on the angle. He's hit the cut shot, he's hit the slider. He looks like he's going to go into the cross court again before knuckling it back, and he's paired those swings up beautifully together. Through the guts this time. Leszczynski didn't really have any angle on him. He was very square on. He did well to find the deep middle. Turner again, just playing a little bit of a quicker offense, and those two plays are excellent. One would imagine now, it's very quick hands from Edgar. And that play isn't really going to bring the heater out from Turner, but if he matches it with that short knuckle, there's a lot happening there for Poland to defend against. Cut shot seen again from Edgar. We know that Roback loves to stay tight. There's a net touch, and Leszczynski. Poland are losing their rag here. And that's going to be worth a couple of points a set for the Brisbane boys. Shannon Zunker also involved in the coaching setup for Edgar and Turner. And there's another yellow card here. You've got to be careful here, Roback. No matter how you feel, was there a net touch? It looks pretty tight, doesn't it? Australia are in the driving seat. And the jump set again. There'll be some old school boys watching these plays from Roback, not really enjoying them, but at the same time, It's well within the rules and certainly allowed nowadays. Wyszynski won't be able to put this one away, and they've got a little bit of a rub of the green there, Poland, and you feel that it's exactly what they need to try and get their focus back on the task in front instead of complaining about what's just happened. Edgar with a great dig. There's a touch on the way through from Turner and trying to counter-attack quickly, Poland, but they lose a little bit of control of the ball whilst trying to do so. And all of a sudden, Australia are starting to watch through the net for all of the sneaky plays that Poland can give them. Good game, this one now. Turner from the right side with the left hand, might struggle, doesn't struggle. There is a net touch as well. It's a good set from Edgar to give it the width it needs. Well, timeout taken, and you can see there's only 1 point between these two teams. But if you look at them, the body language tells you a completely different story. Service in from Turner. So good line in the block, and then decides to worry more about the diagonal, and Wyszynski just hammers on the line. We haven't seen so much in the sharp angle from Wyszynski on that left side. For somebody who loves to hit crossbody, that is the most difficult sideline to access. Change of ends. Australia's still by 1. You still feel like there's a lot of volleyball left in this first men's semi-final. Bezu Hippolyte up next against Hooper and Wust from Germany. The Wust name in German beach volleyball, a big one. 3 different brothers playing for Germany. That's a wider ball, and the line is open again. Wyszynski. And that line ball is causing Australia some issues here. Again, just lining up inside there, Turner, and saying, if you turn it back, I'll give it to you. Turner playing the quicker offense again, and Wyszynski is in a great spot, but that's a really good play from Turner. High and fast, doesn't open up too much and get the hammer out, but he is smooth. He's got a good extension of the arm, and he's accurate with his swings, and that is perfect. Not quite as accurate with the serve. For the Aussies watching at home, this is very tight. Saying earlier, the Australians have won the women's youth under 18s and 19s, but never on the men's side. Continue the fine run of form they're having on the men's side of things at Beach Pro Tour level, but Ropak is in the perfect spot. And in transition, it's a good play when he knows that Turner's up. And for the first time, I think, in this set, Poland have the lead, and Australia through Turner, make an error. He does try and open up on that one and misses. It's a 2-point game. You can hear a lot of chat from the side from the Aussie fans. Back yourself. At the moment, they're desperate for a point. Good cover from Edgar. That might just be the little rub of the green they need. Instead, it's a lift called against Turner from Jamie Salvin, and that's a tough one to take in the big moments. We'll get another look at this one. It's called for a lift. And that's tough to take for Turner, but they're still in this game. They're 3 behind. And Ropak and Leshinsky having got their way through. Having lost in qualification and taking the lucky loser spot into the main draw, are now looking like they're going to play for gold. Timeout Australia. It's time to throw the kitchen sink at it. Edgar and Turner have been phenomenal all week. Remember, we're 8-7 up and now find themselves 13-9 down at the business end of the set. This Polish side, having finished 3rd in their pool, knocked out in qualification for the lucky loser spot, and now 2 away from what would just be a phenomenal effort from them. The King of the Court hats worn proudly here in The Hague, birthplace of the Queen and King of the Court format, the Netherlands, as we prepare for Utrecht later on in the summer. They'll take that, Australia. Now they really have to make Poland earn it. Edgar. Big long angle serve. Ball's just going to blow across Roback here. Edgar's there though. Big moment coming. The knuckle back from Edgar is a thing of absolute beauty. And under pressure, he steps up with a marvellous dig on the baby line. Ropak's gone there a few times. Edgar says not now. And the knuckle with the block over the top of him wasn't bad either. Turner's now in with the block. There's a little bit more left in this game. Edgar sees the line ball early. Turner to the line. And that drops. A 3-point swing. 3 in a row for Australia. Give them a real chance. And now it's Kleshinsky and Roback. You have to try and find some sort of answer. What a game this has been. From the middle. Ropak goes back to the line. He hasn't gone back to the cut shot since we saw him miss one earlier on. And then he goes with the baby line, which is smart. So although he's not cutting anything back, he's changing the depth of his line shot. And that's asking enough questions of Edgar, who's been brilliant in this 3rd set. Match point for Poland. They've turned this around because psychologically they look like they were out of it. Edgar from the middle goes short over the top. Clutch from Edgar. Really is clutch. Swing to go to the gold medal game. Edgar, they want the decision here. Salvin says no. The set was clean. They're going to have another swing. Roback, Edgar, what a touch that is. Full stretch, left arm. And now Australia are going to have a swing to send us to overtime. Wow. Thomas Turner puts it away, but Ryan Edgar take a bow. Defensively outstanding. Roback. This time tries to turn it back. We haven't seen him access that angle for a while, and he misses. All of a sudden, there's a lot of whistling happening. Oh my word. From 3 down, Australia. You heard the crowd asking them to back themselves. They have backed themselves. And Roback is getting himself into all sorts of trouble again. You just think the Aussies now have match point. Roback's under all the pressure. And that pass has gone high right. Edgar's there again. Turner's made a couple of very good plays. Leshinsky. Some game, this one. Absolutely hammered. Alan Roback, Igor Glishinsky are in a right tussle with Ryan Edgar and Thomas Turner, the Asian champions at this age group. Edgar looks for hands. It's a big decision here. Edgar was sure there was a touch. Hang on a minute. Roback saying no way. It wasn't his touch that Australia are asking about. And hold on a minute. The line judge has seen something. Oh my word. Tough to make a call from that camera angle, but the left hand was there and that has been a touch. Roback is now questioning it. And the interesting thing is we haven't seen anything from Glishinsky. That's a massive, massive point. Roback just slowing things down again. He doesn't back down, does he? The question that you have to ask yourself is, if you're getting involved in everything else, are you focused on your next task? And his next task will be to receive this serve. No, it won't. They go after Glishinsky. He loves going to the line. Glishinsky goes through the guts, and I think Australia choose to serve with the win there. Glishinsky showing that he's a gamer. Good advert for the sport of beach volleyball. 4 youngsters giving it everything. Turner can't put the ball away. Chases the lift, and the baby line is good again from Roback. That's really what he's going to, the baby line and the high line, with the odd rip back into the angle. The cut shot hasn't been there. Australia siding out now to stay in this game. From the left side, Turner stays fast enough off the inside hand to get past Glishinsky. These are the moments for all 4 youngsters that will make them love this sport even more. Glishinsky still the target, coming in pretty straight here. Good hands from Turner, it's a good line from him. Jump set, free open net, Edgar. He's made 5 or 6 defensive plays in this set, and that might just be the game changer. Defensively, he's been superb. And now it's match point, a change of ends for Edgar Turner. Match point Australia. The baby line's there, has been seen. He's gone there. He thinks it's gone down. Roback just keeps chipping away, but it's a good dig from Edgar. He might go back there again. He goes for the longer line. Turner's there. Here's a swing for Australia. Roback's there. It's another big rally. What a game this has been. Edgar to put this game away. Sitting in the line, Roback. It's Edgar that's at the net. It's a good break. The soft line shot. Someone has to put this game away. And it's Australia that go through to the World Under-18 Championship final. Heartbreak for Poland all the way through the qualifier. The lucky loser, third in the pool, but it's Australia that fight. Remember, 13-9 down, and that's how much it hurts for Alan Roback. They'll have to come back and play for bronze, but what a game. And it just shows how much it means to these youngsters. Edgar and Turner kept their emotions under control. Some fabulous plays towards the back end of set 3. They go through to the final of the FIVB Under-18 World Championships. Congratulations to them. Poland will play for bronze. Well, a fantastic game. Well done, Australia, as Germany versus France. The next game up here on centre. Youssef Cruz, coaching career at the very beginning, the Olympian from Paris. Let's hope that this second semi-final is as fun as the first. We'll be back shortly from The Hague. It's goodbye, only for about 5 minutes or so.
Welcome to the second semi-final. The Beach U18 World Championships, the Hague, the Netherlands, 2026. Time now for the referee information. Our first referee from Serbia, Vladimir Milosevic. Second referee from the Netherlands, Sebastian Hotsoa. Time to welcome.
Well, the second semi-final hopefully is as entertaining as the first. France and Germany both through the qualifiers this week, but Germany, that's a hooper, and Philo Vost, both 17 years of age. Philo from Berlin, hooper from Kiel, Vost from a long line of World Tour German volleyball players in his family, one of three brothers. As Adrien Bezou from Calais, northern France, a short journey for him to get to The Hague this week. 17 years of age, playing alongside Quintin Hippolyte from St. Paul. Well, through the qualifier, the French team came, beating the Netherlands, beating Turkey, and then beating Hungary. 3 games to get in, and then a win against Australia, Edgar and Turner in 3, and Edgar and Turner have just made the final. Wins against Switzerland, Colombia and Brazil to get here for the French. And for Germany, also through 3 rounds of qualification, Lithuania, Austria, Oman. And then they haven't lost all the way through as an all-German quarterfinal against Ben Bogfield and Henrik Faber. And France already looking to just run this ball around all 8 meters offensively, led by Youssef Krou down there. A very, very good beach volleyball player. France's premier beach volleyball player for a long time, a Paris Olympian. Now watching from the side. Be interesting to see how both of these teams just ease into this game. Maybe some nerves for Germany. 3-0 already. A good advantage for the French again, looking for that long angle serve, and they're looking for the option ball, and nothing's quite functioning at the moment. For a German side that have only lost 1 set to Lithuania in this competition. They've got off to the worst possible start. France are up for this. Serve straight down the line. Just struggling with that first pass and the approach. And already you can see in terms of the body language, just a lot of frustration for how this has started. Into the middle, another ace. And France have got Germany exactly where they want them. Hippolyte serving incredibly well, but this is an absolute one-way traffic. Germany are gone, and for the coaching staff and for everyone watching, now they have to get to work as well. Any message they can to try and get through to Hooper and Vust. It's a very difficult situation to be in here for the French boys. They took a third on the national tour back in June in Montbéliard. They played in the Nations Cup and took a 4th place in Turkey and Paul Lee. That was a big experience for them. They come past England, Germany are off the mark, and that's a good sign. They lost to Norway, Ayas and Kemperud. Norway winning this competition last year. Kemperud and Ringoen in Qatar. And Hippolyte and Bezu also went down to Greece. There's a lot of the Nations Cup teams took younger sides. Well, for Germany, I guess they wish that they could go back to 0-0 and start it all again, but it's a World Junior Championship semi-final, and that's far better. Good defense as well. Good positioning, just gets caught a little bit high in that straight angle. 9-2. And this first set is almost gone already for France, and they need a few errors from the French just to try and gain a little bit of confidence here. Final days, medal matches hit differently, don't they? You either come out challenged by the situation or threatened, and France have come out absolutely challenged, and they're pushing towards a challenge, and they look in full flow. Germany still not quite there in the pass in the set. It's good from Hippolyte again. Can't quite squeeze that ball back over the net though. It just will give Germany some confidence after a slow start. Well, France came past Brazil in the quarterfinals. And nothing is really working at the moment. Good pass from Boost. Again, technically very solid when that first pass is in. He's a tough man to stop, but the pass hasn't been there. And they're just going to have to go point by point and try and orchestrate their way back in to this first set. They might even have to surrender this first set and start again in the second. There's plenty of time for Germany. The only thing that will ruin it is if they start to get really frustrated and down on themselves as well. Well, Philo Vost took a second in this competition last year with Bungert, and that's he was playing a lot of his volleyball with at futures level. They took a 5th in Ballycasir. Jonathan Bungert, 18 years of age. Going round the back this time, Hooper. That's a good swing from Hooper. Might have been going out, but this goes with the jump set fast and tries to spread the block, and all of a sudden they've got a free ball. So building through this rally. They've got the initiative, and that's a world-class swing from Philo Wust. Pops up and just drives it away from the body nicely. Great control from the 17-year-old. Serving's not there though. It hasn't been there from Germany as of late. But you'd say favourites maybe for this competition, especially off the back of Wust's performances last year. Comes in quick. It's a smart play to drop the ball short. Good option attack, and Philo Wust not getting too excited out there, is he? 14-7. Germany are building into this set. You can't quite count them out. Well, Philo Wust the European champion at under 18 level, beating the Ukraine in Italy last year, beating Italy in the semi-finals. He's had such a good start at youth level, been very successful, but at the same time, this is a tough start for Germany here. An error from France might just open the door for them. Could you imagine if Germany come back and win this opening set? We've seen a lot already today. We've seen an awful lot already today. Going wide this time, high and wide, so the angle will be open. It's a good turn from Hooper. Politely from downtown. Wust stays very stable with the legs. His ball control's exquisite, but he can't slap that one away. Slow getting in to block, but Hooper's there again. They've changed positions, the Germans, and the high line in transition is great. There's Bezu, who's not happy about something, whether it's a net touch or a touch of the ball. Fast line. Germany are back to just 5. France came out the traps flying. And if you look at Louis Wust here, he's so calm and controlled, which is certainly working for him. Still not celebrating. Bezu now getting frustrated. Wust doesn't even crack a smile. He is an assassin out there. And it's 14-10. And all of a sudden, France have had to take a timeout. The European champion, Philo Wust, playing with his new partner this year, Lasse Hooper, who usually plays with Hannes Ludwig. Ludwig, a very famous name in this sport in Germany. He was out in the Western European zonal competition and took a second place finish at under 20 level. So he's been grinding as well. Hasn't quite had the same experience as Wust. And France are under pressure. Hooper's really coming to the forefront here. Hooper's part of Germany's national youth pathway. Represents Kieler TV, whilst Wust is with Berlin. And this is tight because France are certainly unbeaten and battle-hardened. But through that man there in Wüst, Germany have the most big match experience. And after what has been quite the shocking start for Germany, they've got themselves back to 2. And now Beju struggling to find his side-out rhythm. Wow. Good swing. High, just drops the head and loses a little bit of his vert. But at the same time, fast, aggressive, and into that back corner. Well, currently siding out at 57% France. Germany at 50%, 7 from 14, but well, that's going to drop a little bit into the angle this time. We've spoken about the wind just coming from right to left and that ball just dropping inside the hitting window of the hitter. And that's a massive play for France because Germany have been breathing down their neck. Polite's there again. Wüst tries to speed up the arm, but he's beaten. He'll look for the touch off of Beju. And hang on a minute, Beju's unhappy once again. Let's have a look. It looked like Wüst spiked it straight down into the blocker in and out of bounds. He looks cool and calm beyond his years, Wüst. Oh, the set's too tight this time. Wüst puts it in the path of Hooper. And that's a massive point. Hippolyte goes off the hands. A 4-point game in this moment is huge. 9 break points so far for France. 7-0 they led. 8-1. 10-3. Then Germany all of a sudden got it back to 15-13. They've certainly had the better of the second half of this set. It's just whether France can hold on. Wüst again, we've seen him hit away from the body, and that was very much the line that Beju was taking. Youssef Crew will be working hard on the sideline, chopping that across the away from the body, sorry. It's some swing. And after a period of struggling to really find his rhythm, that hammer to the back corner has sort of set up a few other plays for Beju. The option ball's been dug. This could be game over. Wüst pulls the hands away though. That's a smart play. Beju. And Hippolyte are in pole position here. They've had to hang on. It's been very impressive content, Hippolyte. And now France serving for the opening set. Crazy opening set here in The Hague. From the middle, scooped. Germany come again. They're going to have to probably do this in 3 if they want to make a final. And for Philo Wüst, he's going to have to do it the hard way. A slow start for Germany, going 7-0 down. Lose the opener 21-16, but they're improving. was a quick opening set. And even from 7-0 down, one that Germany almost made very, very competitive. But another start like that, and they will be looking like they'll be playing for bronze. And Epaulet is an absolute crusher on that right side. France have come to this party, and he might have missed a couple of side outs, but he came back strong. And again over the top, Epaulet again in transition. He's so aggressive, doesn't have a full approach, but he's high and can go over the top of Wust easy. What is it with Germany and slow starts to sets in this semi-final? Incredibly calm. But we see the top teams in the world, Sweden, Norway, the Dutch, Germany. They control their emotions. They stay very patient. And they understand that this is not a game of perfection. Threw in from Wust. So an unbelievable set. Put away nicely from Hooper. But that set from Wust from 6 meters off the net was on the money, fading away to the right side. And when the first pass isn't there from France, it gives Hooper a real chance to get in front. And he got in front well of Epaulet. Close that angle very nicely. Good serve back on that long angle. Again, it's dropping inside. There's a little bit of wind there. Wust is all over it. He sees it very early. Now he starts to dance again defensively. And well, that man on the right side has scored with a couple of line shots. So he's sort of got in Wust's head a little bit for him to have to play for that line ball, and then he's chopped it back across his body. So we've seen some real power, but we've seen some excellent work. The French boys have certainly done well at senior level. And if you think, well, the Paris Olympics certainly helped France develop on the Beach Pro Tour. But the likes of Theo Rotar or Hugo Tiarad, phenomenal performances from them last year, but Calvin Aye, Remy Dalbas. Look at junior champions from France. Some excellent performances, Theo Rotar, Arthur Canet through the years, winning at junior level. They're doing a lot right, the French, in this sport. The Germans have always done a lot right. Success at Olympic level, European level. Hooper gets one, and all of a sudden it's Germany. They've got themselves a 4-point lead. Well, Theo Rotar and Arthur Canet won this competition in 2021 from France. How is that 5 years ago already? But from a German perspective on the men's side of things, 2006 in Bermuda, the first event that Alex Brouwer ever played for the Netherlands, won by Johnny Erdman and Marvin Klaas. Germany haven't won this competition since then on the men's side of things. Maybe this is their year. women's side of things, competition-wise, Ludwig won it in 2003. Chantal Labera won in 2008. Victoria Binek playing with Christina Ollenbrock 2009 in the beautiful Alanya in Turkey. Germany have been waiting a long time to win this event. And the errors are coming thick and fast. Well, that one might have just snuck in. My mistake. Make a play on Wust. Both teams with 8 straight wins to this point. Something has to give here. Content, Epaulet. Jump set to the reverse. Wust, so casual. Hooper puts it away, tucks into it like he's not eaten for days. Three-point game. Service straight through the middle for Epaulet. And aggressive swing from an out of rhythm situation means a change of ends, a 4-point game here in The Hague. The outside hand once more of the French right-sider. Has to get himself off the net. He does get himself off the net well. Wust calm into the angle. There's who's there. Wust again. Big rally this one. Both defenders working hard. The blockers are now involved again. Hooper can't make the kill block, but it does open up another opportunity for Wust. The more he hits into the diagonal, the more the French are there. And there's a net touch against France. That's a massive point. It's a big rally. Epaulet's really not amused here. We saw this in the previous semi-final with Poland, that it was easy for them to get frustrated. Was there a net touch on the way through? Watch the right hand. That young man thinks, no, absolutely not. Service pressure's back on, and this is the issue, is if you're going to talk to the referee, you have to make sure you stay focused on your next phase of play. Otherwise, you're just rubbing salt on the previous wound. Jump setting again from Wust is beautiful. French fans making a lot of noise. It's their turn now to be under the pump in this second set. That'll help the high arm of Epaulet. Lots of things for these young athletes to keep improving on. The technical skills and the ability to learn how to play these big matches and how to manage games, how to manage your emotions. And Wust is so calm, isn't he? Nothing really phases him. And that's why he's already a European junior champion. Short. Epaulet. Wust is there. Hooper. Maybe a little bit too much to ask of him. I thing. If you're going to make late moves defensively, very hard to get your arms out quickly and take that ball early. That's a big wall. A big French wall from Beizou. Not quite as dramatic as the opening set with the leads and then the team trailing, working their way back into it. But you still feel that although Germany are 4 up, France are not far away, especially if Hippolyte keeps digging balls and transitioning like that. And they're back to 3, France at the technical. Germany have shown some real big signs of bringing this back to 1-1. But France are battling away here in the Netherlands. Boost getting the service pressure now, putting a dent in the sand. I think even he enjoyed that one. It was only 17 in February. The level that we're seeing at this age group now, it's just sensational, but it has been for a while. Cuts also sensationally smart from Beizou. Comes through the middle, so that's why Wust holds that middle position, but showed Beizou that the cut was really on. Where Wust is just opening up and hammering away. That's him jumping left, hitting back right. Not an easy swing. And that might just be the biggest point for Germany to establish themselves to go 1-1. France trailing by 5 at the back end of this second set. Key side out for them. Just when you think Germany get away in this set, something's always happening to pull France back in. Hippolyte with the serve. Change of service target. They go back to Beizou. Comes in and makes a block, but Hooper stays smooth. Both teams having worked all the way through the qualifier. Yeah, we've seen some really good, calm play from Hippolyte. We really know that he's physical enough to get up and hammer the ball, but he just chooses to stay very smooth all the time, keep mixing up his swings. And that's strong from Hooper. He's come to the forefront of this one in set 2, that's for sure. It looks like for a third successive game that we're going to a third set. looking for the sideline from downtown. Boost with a rare error. The French fans still believe they can win it in 2. Well, we might be watching junior players today, but as we've been talking about, history tells us that we're watching the Olympians and the world champions of tomorrow as well. Every side out made takes us closer to a 3rd set when it's a German point high. Doesn't quite get over there. Bezu. Ipoli the target. He does go harder this time, but he's stuffed by Hooper. I think he just has a little look to his partner and said, need that ball a little bit outside of my shoulder. Because as soon as he does try and open up, Hooper's there. Hooper's had a very good 2nd set. Roll back angle. Foose goes long. Chance maybe for France, but they haven't really. Well, 3 qualifying teams making the Final 4 is something. Foose, a European junior champion, fires that ball fast for Germany to the line, and that gives them 5 set points. Back on 1. Velo Voost has not really changed facial expression the whole way through this game. But this is an intuitive play of the highest order, and we go to a 3rd set here in The Hague. Set 3. A race to 15 points. Germany, who went 7 down, are now working their way back through this. They've had some serious adversity. Trying to chisel, maybe just getting a little bit too high risk. Epolaiti looking to try and... He's underneath the ball to start with before he tries to go with the wrist away, and the more that your timing's gone, the more that you're out of position, the tougher it is to turn angles. And France are now having to have a bit of their own medicine. Youssef Crew there on the side will get his boys in for a timeout. 3-0 down. That's the thing. Everyone's learning out there at the World Juniors. Slow starts seem to be a pattern here in this semi-final. It's the French that really need to try and find some confidence and just stay aggressive in these moments. That is aggressive, but Voost is there. The communication probably key, and you can see that psychologically it's becoming frustrating. Jumping left to right, looking to roll the line. That's France. Often rolling here. That's 7-0 first end start in set one. Seems like a long time ago now. Jump back set. It's a beautiful bit of work. Defensively, just to sit in that straight angle, also superb from Eppolid, but they're turning the screw now. And you have to probably say that for the German coaching staff, the thing they'll be happiest with is the fact that they got off to the worst possible start, and they've managed to stay patient and turn it around to look somewhat fairly convincing since then. I mean, 21-15, 5-2 is about as well as you can do, having lost the opening set 21-16, having been 7-0 down. Cut shot. And for somebody who's been hammering the ball a lot, when he does decide to go to shooting here, he's so good away from the body, so smooth, Voost. And then defensively, he's there. He's so casual in a lot of his movements, but he's so smooth and relaxed at the same time. And now he's just taking matters into his own hands. The pressure really with France here. Good dig. Voost again. And now it's almost finished. The French boys look subdued. Germany are just improving their level all the time. Crazy game, this one. Not one set's really felt tight. You compare that to the first semi-final, it's completely different. Everything was tight in that Australia-Poland game. 8-3. And even Louis Voost, sorry, Louis Voost, it's not Louis Voost, it's his brother, Philo, was there anyway. This has to go down for France, you feel. Voost again. Philo straight into the defense this time. There's a few of those cross-court swings that have just gone straight in to the breadbasket of the defender. France is starting to fight once more. Boost. Short line. Sped up. And although France are starting to dig themselves out of their psychological hole, at the same time, Germany have just found their level. They're keeping their level. And it's going to be very hard to beat Hooper and Wust. Bit of a different French performance now. But you think about these two semi-finals and the semi-finals on the women's side of things. These youngsters are 16, 17 years of age, and the level that they're playing is incredibly high. Buckle over the top. It's a good look, really, from Epaulet. Sees the cross-court block. He says, I'm going to go over the top. Wust was looking to try and shift into that line late and take the fast attack on. Big from Wust again, and his ability to hit that off-body swing as well as he does is going to score him points at very, very high-level volleyball tournaments. Gets the ball away from his body so well, Philo Wust, and then just walks in so casually to play defense and still makes the dig and still puts it away almost in transition. France are getting pushed again here. Desperate times for France. Germany take another one. Three away. It's a strong long angled serve, just working the approach of the spiker, and France will be disappointed because I guess when you're young and you get into a 7-point head start, you win the opening set, you can potentially get quite excited that you're going to win the game. But fair play to Germany, as we've spoken about at length. They've stayed patient, they've stuck at it. They've had to do it the long way, but they have done this the long way, unless France can pull off some kind of miracle. Jump bump set. But that pass was a little bit fast off the arms. And in turn, pressure's always on the setter there. 6 points, still the difference. Still a big ask for this young French team. It's an even bigger ask now. Seven match points to meet Australia in the final. Germany, who started this game 7-0 down, it's gone out the back, and France, the next team to show their emotion and frustration. Youssef Grusenk, go and shake hands. France will play for bronze. Germany, and the experience, even at 17 years of age, of Philo Wust, paying dividends to send Germany to the final against Australia. Poland will play France for bronze. A fabulous performance from Germany after a very slow start. We'll be back with you again shortly for the next game from the under-18s FIVB World Championships.
There's now
Well, hello there and welcome back to The Hague for the medal matches. We are halfway through the day's play here in one of the most prestigious beach volleyballing towns in the world. The Hague has hosted just about everything. World Championships, European Championships, World Tour events, and now the World Junior Championships at under 18 level. The home crowd really do have something to cheer about, as they will be playing for bronze, but in their way for this game will be a very good Chinese team, the Asian champions at under 18 level. They will be looking to bounce back quickly after defeat to Germany in 3, but for Chi Si-yu and Wang Ming, they have shown that they have all of the skills to pay the bills in this competition. Yara Boots and Matilda de Groot make their way out on home sand. Both 16-year-old Dutch talents who were playing together internationally at 15. They won the bronze last year at the Webster Under 18 Championships in the Netherlands. And on that day, they beat Germany's Sandra Otte and Annalena Richter in a 3-set bronze medal match. They'll be looking for bronze again, but today it's in a world championship. Well, congratulations to all of the youngsters for getting this far. It's been a fabulous event here in the beautiful sunshine of the Netherlands. Although it's a little bit overcast now, it's still a moderate weather warning here, as temperatures have been around 24 to 27 degrees. This bronze medal match is underway, and yeah, that'll do to start things off. Well, Chi Si-yu, this team won the Asian Under 18 Championship. Chi and Wang Min, 5 consecutive straight set victories on their way to the semi-final before beating Australia 15-8 for the continental title. Chipping over the top, but Wang Ming. Well, China have come out here, and they've looked like they've dusted themselves off after that loss to Germany in 3. I mean, it was a game that saw them win the first set fairly comfortably, and handing that first set defeat. It's the first defeat of the tournament in a set for Germany. The Dutchies are there again, though, but sorry, they won the second set, didn't they, to send it to a third, but they had 12 break points in that second set. Germany sided out at 76% in the first, and that's pretty insane stuff in set 3, as they side out 100%. They were 9 from 9, as China could not get a break on Reformat and Otte. Their side out stayed around 56, 57% the whole way through the game. It was Germany's level that went from being very high to a lot lower. For the Netherlands, they lost out to Brazil. They had their chance in that second set. They had first set a loss to 15, second set 21-19. They started out at over 60%. for the match, but Brazil were just too good, siding out at 88 or 80% for the whole game, 75% in set 2, 87 in set 1, so not enough breaks from the service line for the Dutchies, although they have enough weapons to cause a lot of problems. Brazil were just very, very good. Leticia and Chiara find their way in the gold medal match. And there come the errors, and one of the biggest things for a left-sider is getting their feet to the ball. And that's something that you really have to work on. She just didn't quite get her feet there, Bob. Another miss-serve. They keep serving the wind. The wind has died down a fair amount here in The Hague from this morning. There was a lot more of a cross breeze, and it was really whipping up. The women's final taking place at 4 o'clock local time, so 1 hour 45 minutes from now. As the men's bronze medal match will take place after this game. Robak and Gliciński, who were beaten in an absolute classic from the Australians. Knuckles out the back as well. There's a few errors here from the Dutchies. Just going to have to rein it in a little bit. Robak and Gliciński will play against Bezu and Hippolyte from France for bronze, and it will be Germany versus Australia that compete for the gold medal at 5 o'clock local time. First place good, and again you can see that she can't see a lot there, but at the same time she can still make a good decision and go over the top of the block. She's certainly high enough to do so. They're just two behind here. And the service pressure, there's been too many aces so far for the Dutchies. They've turned one into an ace. We'll have a better look at it here. Straight down. And something that China really did struggle with against Germany was setting the ball tight, especially with the bump set. You have to say, CU just losing control of that bump set. That's a bit better for Wang Ming, but they can counter once more, and it's a smart play to run that transition fast and go off the hands. I did ask Alex Brow yesterday if young Matilda de Groot was a relation of Yorick de Groot. The answer I received was no. Fast and nice into that angle. Wang Ming with a good set. Chi Siu enjoys that ball going across her a little bit more so she can shape it back into the angle. Hammer. And that's the difference when Bod can get her feet to the ball and stay this aggressive. Really good hands in the set from de Groot. 10-9, the Dutch have the lead. Remember, they're 2 or 3 behind. Breaks a good one from Bod. Now she has to try and make something of it, and trying to twist and turn that ball back from that left shoulder is an audacious attempt. Just a few too many errors from the Dutch pairing here today, but if they can tighten up a little bit, they've got a lot of potential. But for China, one off the net band and straight down. A slight apology, but we go to the technical timeout at 21 points, 11-10. China lead by 1. netband doesn't strike twice. So both teams have been good value so far. The Dutchies didn't get the rub of the green that GCU got in China moments ago. Okay, we get a rally after an ace and a couple of missed serves. Back to business. Loves that high snap to the line, Bot, and she does stay incredibly high. No chance, especially running in there from Huang Ming. Knuckle to knuckle. It's a really good retrieval from Bot, who's come into her own here the last couple of points. She's made a couple of very nice plays. Breaking on that shorter line, playing with the pokey, and then just counter-attacking. It's their turn to shift it up a gear with the service pressure. China with the timeout here. Netherlands lead by 2 in the chase for a podium. See if the timeout for China can get the spring back in their step. They're shuffling and they're fighting for absolutely everything, but I feel that the momentum really is with the Dutch, and that clutch swing from Pod again just shows us that the Dutchies are finding their level. That's a fantastic bit of work. Again, China just saying, if you can hit the line from there, we'll give it to you, and Pod could get her feet inside the ball. And then the aces are coming. China are under immense pressure here. Look a little bit more subdued. That's a beauty. Fast and dipping and ducking. And at 16-12, Netherlands side that were trailing are now well in control. Wang Ming. Again, the setting is incredibly tight at the moment, and that's been a big issue. They get away with it this time. But this was a China side that went 8-5 up, and they've had a 4 and a 5 point swing, the Netherlands, since then. So from 8-5, 16-13 down. China siding out at 50%, as the Netherlands at 66. So the Netherlands siding out 2 in every 3. China siding out every other ball. The service pressure's been very, very good. When they do start to get them in, it's tough. And, well, we've seen this a lot from the left side, GCU. But that ball just drifts across her, and then she can fire it back into the cross court. When China go back to serve, they're going back to try and chase this game. It's another one that goes out the back. The service pressure is there, and the recovery setting hasn't quite been on the money. And again, just anticipating everything, but China are suffering out there at the moment, but as we've seen already today, they can fight their way back pretty quickly as well. Wang Min, knuckle this time. Her arm loves to turn the ball that way. As we said, she had 3 or 4 different types in the semi-final. We haven't really seen her get after it and really hammer that cross-court angle, but it's another missed serve, and they are really letting the Netherlands take control here. Well, these two teams met just 2 days ago in Pool A, and it was the Chinese duo that took it 2-0, 21-18, 21-15. So the Dutchies have learned some lessons, and they've come back stronger. I still don't think we've seen the best of China, though. So in the Dutch now with 4 set points, so they're going to have to work a bit harder. For China, they won all 3 of the Pool A matches. And a timeout now taken. Von der Grun also beat Chile and Poland, and that's how they both got through Pool A. The Dutchies seeded number 1. China need 3 to tie this up and take it to overtime. This could be a great timeout if it just relieves a little bit of the pressure, but they're going to have another 3 ball, and that's Bot trying to volley over on 2. And that one didn't work at all. The group working around the back. It's a very good diversion play for the defense team to see somebody run around the back and then volleyed over on 2. But that certainly won't happen here. Botska needs to make up for this. China, all of a sudden, have found a second wind at the back end of this set. And the Dutchies are struggling to put the ball away. It's over on 1. And what a comeback this has been. It's been one of those wild sets where there's just been runs of points for both sides. And now the pressure, all of a sudden, is on the Dutch pairing, who looked, you want to say home and dry moments ago. They are home and dry now, staying aggressive under pressure. Yara Bot just delivers the crushing blow. China have got some momentum, but having won this fixture 2-0 earlier on in Pool A this week, the Dutch take the opener here, 21-19. Well, set two. If China want to leave the Netherlands with a medal, they have to keep up good serving and persistent defense we saw at the end of that first set. That's a good turn away from the body. It's where she wants to go every single time, but because she shows so much line, you can't really leave the line alone. GCU, very awkward customer to play against. The Dutch have to do something about that off-body swing. Wanda, who's got a lot of confidence, having come off the back of putting that ball down to win the Dutchies that first set. GCU again looking for that same avenue away from the body. That first set, we had a 4-point run, a 5-point run, and then a 4-point run to finish with. Some massive sways of momentum. And there might just be a bit of a momentum sway here as China have started this second set as they finish the first. And another ace. This is turning into a great moment for China. They just let the Netherlands off the hook a little bit. They've got to go for their serves. As we said, 66% Boot and de Groot in that first set. 59% statistically in side out for China. That's better. That's the way, or the tendency that Wang Min has, is just to turn it back over her shoulder. She feels like it's open. I think she'll hit that one every single time. Missed serves just still seem to be the Achilles heel for both teams at times. Yes, there's a bit of a breeze. Netherlands are playing slightly down breeze in these hot Northern European summer temperatures. That's 3 missed serves in a row. Followed by an ace. De Groot delivers at the right time. And after 3 missed serves, something had to give, didn't it? You can see the breeze now just whipping up a little bit off that option ball. We've seen that China love to run the option ball off the long angle serve where everything just fits in to place that much easier. We've seen the chop back, and now we see sort of a high, deep middle ball from Wang Ming. Again, you can already start to see the ball moving around a little bit more than what we've seen previously today. And the pass might just be the first culprit of that breeze and that wind. Serving, paying such dividends and playing such an important part in this game. Dutch find the side out to change just 2 down. Still very much in touch. Again, we're just showing enough of that cross court to open up the line. Knuckle back, the errors are still coming from China. Think about a couple of missed serves in a row. A knuckle the wrong side of the sideline. They're still 2 up, but they're probably putting a bit too much pressure on themselves, and it's a very good line in the block. We know that Wang Ming struggles to access the line on that side, especially in the breezy conditions. Just like we saw in that first set, Dutchies might not be the best starters in this match, but they're starting to get into this game. Net touch, another error. China are really giving a lot away here. And the Dutch are finding the aces needed to pull away. And to think again, couple behind, 4-1 behind. But at the same time, they are now 2 to the good. Boot this time chips the line. It really is a thing of beauty. Timeout taken. And you feel that China, their highest level is such a threat. That's why they're the Asian champions. But they've struggled with their setting at times. They've struggled in moments from the service line. And it's looking pretty bleak for them now, unless they can find a little bit of momentum. Can the Netherlands keep the serve and block pressure? Yes, they can keep this serve and block pressure. And when Ming does try and come to the line, she's got Boot in her way. She's put in a clinic of a blocking display so far. Fantastic work from the Dutchies. He went 4-1 down in this second set. They've won 7 of the last 8 points. And China are 6 from 13 in their side-out play in this second set. Well, there is proof of the breeze that we've been talking about all day, just coming in across the court. It actually looks like it's blowing more into the face of the Chinese players now, and they might have just caught a little bit of wind there from Wang Ming. That's a nice shot, good areas to attack. Especially if the breeze is coming into your face a little bit, it's just going to make the ball drop a little bit more. But the service has really disappeared off the face of the earth for China. So many service errors in this second set alone that really stops the pressure mounting. Looking for the turn, and no good, there's an error back for them. Let's see if the home crowd favourites can keep it together down the stretch here. They've done all the hard work. It's not been easy, but they've definitely stuck at it. And that's the wrong side again of the sideline. And that is maybe door open for China. And China are saying, we've had to work so hard, we should be out of this. But the Dutchies have just opened the door. Big side out in this bronze medal matchup. Crew knuckle over the top. Beats the defender. Faster play, hurrying up the ball for De Groot. It's smart because the blocker doesn't really have time to set themselves, and the turn to the high line is exquisite. It's not a ball that you're really going to hammer away at. They've won the service game. They've absolutely won the service game here, the Dutch, in this second set. And out of everything in these big games at this level, that is probably the battle that you have to win. Sat in the seam, beautiful. And the high line takes the Dutchies one closer. For the Asian champs, as a net touch as well. And if they look at their performance, they might be happy with the way that they started, but this hasn't been their best foot forward stuff for China in this game. And all the Netherlands have had to do is keep their finger on the pulse. And already match point and bronze medal point has crept up on us for Yara Bot and Matilda De Groot from the Netherlands. It is going to be Bot that makes the run and going deep and looking for that back line. They minimise the errors, that's for sure, the Dutchies in this second set. But this would be for their own little piece of history to become a bronze medalist at the Junior World Championships. They've done it, and they've done it comfortably in the end. Well done, Yara Bot and Matilda De Groot. They leave with a bronze medal from the Under-18 FIVB World Championships. They can be incredibly proud. As can China. It just wasn't their day. They beat this Netherlands team in Pool A, but in the bronze medal match, they just come up short. Well done to the Dutch. They take bronze. We'll leave you for the time being with some pictures of their celebrations, and we will be back shortly with the men's bronze medal match as well. There you have it. Well done, ladies. A fabulous performance.
Dat vind ik mooi, jongen, maar we afgesluiten. Jullie mogen gewoon even daar in die hoek beginnen. En even een klein eerrondje maken, want ze 10 uur van de presentatie.